good morning, crypto fam, and welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. It's your girl down to crypto TA. Um, Looks like we took a little bit of a tumble after after our pump back here on Friday. If you weren't here on Saturday, I did stream on Saturday, but it was a really quick stream. It was like about an hour stream, and I just recapped on what I talked about on Friday before things ended. Um, and you can see I mentioned to you on Friday that I saw price having the ability to get up here to this line in here around 116, and I said I'll probably short it there. I actually didn't enter any positions. I just stayed out of the market, but this is as much as we did in here. We did get above it and chopped around a little bit, but we've fallen off the radar now. And on Saturday I mentioned that there was a possibility that price could come back down to this line in here, but still manage to hold the momentum. But it seems like we did drop below this one. We got a rapid candle drop below this one. So unfortunately, this one right here just didn't work out. So we're actually below any momentum that was possible here. And let me see. Yeah. So at the moment, let me just check a few things out here real quick from another side stream here so I can tell you what I'm seeing. Yeah, so I'm just combing through some different time frames here from a different screen, so you won't be able to see this, but we're below all of the momentum on the 4 hour at this point, on the daily chart at this point, and also we're in a situation here on the weekly time frame as well. So if you recall, there were two actual long positions that I mentioned that I would be interested in. And just based on the open this up, just based on the weekly time frame, price can get there. So that's the thing. It's actually leaning me towards this one here, but from the weekly average range is where it's giving me the vibes for that long entry instead of this blue box right here. It's actually leaning towards this right here at the moment. And then if price did start to slip this, then we'd be in a little bit of trouble. But right now, the weekly time frame is suggesting that price could potentially come into here. So not the cutest, because I was looking at this right here around 108. But yeah, 105 seems to be the number that I'm getting. And then this one right here is just a little bit too far out of reach at the moment. I don't see this one in sight, but yeah, definitely 105. So I guess we'll figure out what we're going to do today. We do have CME gap, that's for sure. Let's take a look at that real quick here. All right, so we do have a little bit of a CME gap. I'm gonna put us on a 1 hour time frame. And I'm gonna actually drop it for this time frame right here. I like to use the 15-minute, but we do have a CME gap in here. We also have a smaller CME gap in here for Ethereum, and I think I did this one on the 15-minute for sure, because you couldn't really see it as well on the 1 hour time frame. So if you're on a 1 hour time frame, I don't know if this is an exhaustion gap or not, because exhaustion gaps tend to happen at the top, and you don't generally come back into these too quickly. So we could, like I said, be going down a bit more here for Bitcoin and Ethereum. But let me take a look here at the ETH chart. All right. So here's ETH on the 1 hour chart here. See, initially we did get up here and reject from the all-time high at our expand level in here. And yeah, I mean, weekend low liquidity will get you this right here. But again, I'm just going to repeat this again. And I say that every time. I'm going to repeat it again. For me, the monthly time frame, the 1 month and the 3 month, that's as far as I can go to pull the data. It just doesn't look like we can sustain a push up on ETH at this price target here above where it reads expand. It just doesn't look like we can sustain a push up above that. It's like Ethereum has to sit within this range in here right now and consolidate for a little while before it could actually get a breakout. Like, it really needs to build up pressure at the moment before it can really get a strong breakout to go up and hit targets like $9,000 and $10,000. It just doesn't seem like we're there. Even when we were here and I kept saying Ethereum could come back down here to this expand. Now, I had not looked at the CME gap before. Originally, I had not looked at the CME gap. I was just focusing on this, just based on the monthly time frame. Hey, it can come back down to this expand. So I'm just saying it again. I don't feel like Ethereum has the potential to hit 9 or 10,000 or whatever outside of this range right now until it builds up the pressure to do so. And that's where I'm sitting at with Ethereum. If it does it and you're sitting in a long position, then congratulations to you. I was wrong. And it's okay to be wrong. I'm just going off of the data that I'm seeing in the chart, and it just doesn't look like that's possible. And every other time that Ethereum has tried to do so, it was met with a rejection. Like, it did push up. Price was able to push up, but it just came back in, because it's just not a situation, in my opinion, where it did this number right here where it wicked up, and that's what I see happening in here too. I see us wicking up and then getting dropped back in, but eventually it will get there. I'm not saying that it won't get there. It will get there, but I just think that there's, we just need to consolidate for a minute. I just feel like we need to consolidate for a minute in here, because there's no pressure building in here to just for me to be comfortable in saying we're going to our 9 and our 10, which is the target for me. That is the target for me. 9,000 is the target for me. It just doesn't. I don't have that vibe. Yeah, I just don't have that vibe right now. So, we'll see. We'll see. And take a look at how I did just enter a Bitcoin long position though. Since it's Monday, false move Monday nonetheless, but I did just enter into a Bitcoin long position off of that weekly level right there. And I don't know why it's not showing up on this chart, but I did enter off of this weekly level right here, which is that 111. This was the next target for us, especially if we slip these two right here. This was the next target right here. So 111 right here. And I do expect to get a bounce between here and, let's just say, the top side of this daily right here around 110. I expect for us to get a bounce in here. So I open a long position right here. And we'll see how that goes. If we, in the moment, somewhere between this 111 and then this 110, I expect for Bitcoin to get a bounce in here before we go any lower. Let's see here. Put this on a 4-hour. Just take a look. See here. All right. Just gonna do the top ones right now. XRP here. Back below VWAP. It really didn't, and this is the other thing that I mentioned too on Saturday. Like, we did get a little, a breakout of what looked like fallen wedges, but we also still had head and shoulder formations that we didn't invalidate, and to just be aware that we could still see that push down for those head and shoulders, even though we got these little moves up. We didn't really take out any highs in here. So XRP at the moment below VWAP again. Take that away now, because that was the last place I was looking for to bounce from. Possibly coming back down in here to about 274. Yeah, possibly coming back down in here about 274. I did have a measured move on this, and let me make sure that condition did not be met. This is a sideways inverse head and shoulder, so I don't really care for this too much. Just do it like that. So I guess you would say that this one right here is already played out. Is it wonky? Whatever it is. So I'm just going to drop that. I don't really need that for XRP anymore. We'll see. It comes down lower again. 274 would be the move for it. If for some reason something happens today and we happen to break to the upside, and I'd be looking for that 345. It's the target that we did not meet back over here. So that's something that I would be looking for XRP. Solana just continues to reject from around this weekly range in here, around 207. It just continues to reject from here. And just slide this out a little bit. Back to the daily at the moment. And if we slip the daily, then 188 again. But it did get a much better. Like this one actually met the measured move. So, and it also invalidated in sort of head and shoulder formation. And that's the other thing too. Like Solana's dominance against Ethereum, and we've talked about this a few times on stream, it is looking like it's preparing to reverse. So Solana looks like it's getting ready to take over the market, which means Ethereum would go into some sort of a consolidation before it can get that breakout. And that's another thing that adds to what I'm saying about the Ethereum chart. So if Solana does that, then, I mean, happy days for Solana. But right now, holding the daily level at the moment. If we do slip the daily, then I'll be looking for 188. And then we're going to look back at that Solana dominance. I need to see where it is today. SUI, I haven't really moved anything around here on SUI. I do need to readjust some things in here on the SUI chart. So SUI's measured move still is this golden pocket down here at 311 to 304 for the head and shoulder in here, because we didn't take out a high to invalidate the head and shoulders that would be here for so this would be your head and shoulder right here for SUI. So until that's invalidated, that's still going to be the target down here. We can see about getting another bounce. See, these were the two that were really holding up the best for SUI. So you can see if we can get another bounce here. I just highlighted that so you can see those numbers. So that's 340 to 331. But I'm really still focusing on the golden pocket down here for that measure move. Binance, BNB, didn't do anything extra after it got to push up into the golden pocket here, which is the fib extension for BNB. And I'm still, let's see, I can move this one right here now though. Let's looking at this. Let's see, this daily level in here right now. It's getting a little bit of respect in here. It's not really much in here. I would lean towards the 4 hour, honestly. Probably won't do this golden pocket 786 thing. But BNB is holding up a lot better than the rest of the market. Well, a lot of other coins in here. Let me just drop this in here. Can probably extend it down a little bit, but I'm gonna leave it as is. I'm gonna take that away, because if you're slipping up under here anyway, I would just start to look back in here and then potentially in here for BNB to the downside. So that's 812 to 800 in here for BNB. If BNB pushes up further, then I would just look to the 786, because it's one that hasn't really changed any structure whatsoever. A lot of the other altcoins have changed the market structure on their 4 hour time frame. ADA. Let's see. Yep. So ADA did over the weekend break back above this weekly trend line in here, and I really don't think this is relevant anymore because it keeps whipping it. So I'm just gonna hide this line for now. I don't like when we start to chop a line too much. So ADA potentially somewhere back in here to around 83 to 82. As long as it holds above this VWAP, then I would say it's okay. It looks like we got more of a trend line on everything in here. Yeah, it didn't really get like a head and shoulders or anything like that for ADA. So ADA should be okay. Just needs to hold above VWAP. So if it's not 82, then I'll be looking at 78.16. It's okay if it pierces it. It's not, trading below it, but 82 to 78 still on board here for ADA. It's that H bar with the rejection from the trend line in here, and it's just this one. It's just a simple little trend line right there. So H bar was one of the ones that did play out the measured move for a double bottom in here. So it didn't really have, it had the wedge structure, but it also ended the wedge structure with the double bottom in here. So this was it for ADA when I looked at it on Saturday. I'm sorry, H bar when I looked at it on Saturday was here. Went for another break above the measured move in here with the quick rejection, bounce, and whatever. So I would just look back down here at the weekly level here at 23 for H bar, and also remember that H bar has to hold above here where you have the VWAP at. So that's 22, and the reason why it has to hold above that, and I've showed you this here on the weekly time frame here, is because that's basically where it ranges in between right now in the current state of things with it. This macro VWAP right here, so you can see how standard deviation 1 up, the VWAP here, and then standard deviation 1 to the downside, and this has just sort of been the range. So if we start to slip this 22.3 here on H bar, it could potentially open the door back up in here. This whole candle right here, this whole inefficiency right here, we have a chance to probably come back in. I would say about 16 instead of the let's see, I don't think we took out the low in here. We may have done an even bottom, and that was, I'm sorry, 12,604. Yeah, so we may not, I wouldn't expect for us to take out this low over here. So I would keep it somewhere around 16 to maybe 14 here. If we do start to lose, only if we start to lose VWAP. That's it. Only if we start to lose VWAP. But I would start to get a little bit concerned about H bar. I'll put that back on the 4. So far that one's okay. And I'm taking a look at Chainlink in here. Yeah, we still haven't made it past, target 1 in here. Got pretty close to coming up here to this 28 in here, but we still haven't made it past the target 1 just yet for Chainlink. And this was the momentum line I mentioned. We actually, let me turn something on so I can see and make sure I got that right. Can only see it if I do that. So the push up, break down, came back up, tap back into it, and started to lose it. All right. So this is the next one. Okay. So we haven't got here yet. I'm starting to see this rise in here for Chainlink, which means that Chainlink could be looking to come down. It could be looking to correct in here. It hasn't engulfed it or anything like that yet. So just because it's rising, it doesn't give me the clearest confirmation just yet, but if price does start to push into this dynamic cloud in here, we could see a cloud cover for Chainlink and then see some lower prices come in. Let me see what I got this drawn off of. Let me raise this up a little bit. Okay. So that still aligns here with this daily level in here around $20 in here. The first target would potentially be back here though at this 23. Let me just pull these out. Let me turn this off. I really have to wait for Chainlink to really get engulfed first though. So yeah, I don't expect for Chainlink. So I'm not gonna pull all these out. I don't expect for Chainlink to change any market structure or anything like that, because I do think that I had this one on the radar and this one on the radar, and just to cool off though, we do have some bear divs on here that haven't played out yet, and we could be getting to a point, like I said, we could be also putting in like some sort of a rounding top, so that really it's really slow and you don't see it, you don't realize that price is getting ready to drop because it takes a while for it to develop. And that's what could be happening with Chainlink. It could be putting in a rounding top, a dome house, and that will send the prices down a bit. So I would start to watch that with Lincoln here. And since since the golden pocket is coming up in here with this daily level, it just gives me let me see, gives me more reason to believe that price would come back into here. Yeah. And it also depends on how long it takes for this to finish playing out, rolling over. Let me see what indicators I have down here. See, I already have like this cloud cover in here on the RSI with the bear divs in here. Multiple drives of bear divs up here. So I know we're rounding. I know we're doing a slow rounding formation that could send us down. And this is about the closest since, let me see what we did over here. So actually when the MACD came down below the zero line, it whipped back up. But I don't think you get more than one. The second time it does it, it probably will roll completely over. So just be aware of that here with Chainlink. It's still a good looking chart nonetheless, but be aware of that. Potentially here, it's going to get a flush. It's going to get a flush. Let me just check here. Is it the weekly that I wanted to look at here on Link? I just want to see what we're trading at, because I knew that we were trading outside of standard deviation 2 for the longest, and this is no confirmed closure inside, but that's 21. Let me turn that back on so I can see. 24, 21. Yeah, so that's relatively close to the daily, and maybe even do this momentum line in here, and that probably lines up with the 21 SMA. I just want to see. Okay, so it's slightly below the 21 SMA, so you may not come in that far. So yeah, I just look at that golden pocket right now on Chainlink. But you are starting to come back in, so you are starting to cool off and come back inside of standard deviation 2. It wasn't worth touching it as long as you were trading on the outside. All right, let me see. Hyperliquid, that's where we left things off here on Hype. Hype isn't really one of the top ones, so I'm gonna move past that. Let's take a look at let's see Doge real quick in here. Doge was another one that did a measure move from a double bottom. Same thing that ADA did in here. Uh, you can start to look at this line again in here. That's 21. It starts to look back in the zone right here, but this was actually my next level of interest. And let me make sure nothing changed with it. Okay, so I must have drew this from a higher point. But no invalidation of the head and shoulders in here for, I don't really like this. It kind of looks extended out a little bit. I would have preferred that it didn't, but it looks a little bit extended out. Let's see if I would still classify this. I don't know. Maybe I wouldn't classify this as a head and shoulder still. I don't like how this looks over here to the right. So, I mean, this was the measure move. So, in the event, anyway, I'd still be looking down here around the golden pocket or the bottom side of what our weekly range would be, which is around 1988 for Doge. This liquidity in here would likely get taken. These even bottoms in here, they tend to get taken out. So that's why I'm looking in here. TRX. Okay, finally came back down into this little zone right here. And this zone right here currently is 35, 35.3, 35.0. And we start to slip that, then I would start to look, let me see. You can go with this here. I'm going to probably be looking at this weekly level, which is 33 here for Tron. And Tron has just been a really hard one for me, to be honest. Its only path has been up, and it put in this nice little rounding bottom in here over the past few days. I was thinking that maybe it was going to do like some sort of a cup and handle here at the top, which is not my favorite pattern, but that's what it was looking like. It didn't come up and take out liquidity from that high, so Tron could be preparing to roll over. So my interest lies a little bit more towards this 33 here for Tron, to take out some liquidity down through here. Between this point here and this one, that looks like some good liquidity to take out. See, and if I didn't do something that you wanted to look at, hi Kareem. And yes, I want to be a trader. We did talk about that on Saturday. You're absolutely right that the market was going to do some sort of a drop, because it was a nice move nonetheless on Friday, and then everything just kind of stalled out. Didn't really take out any highs. It just gave us a nice little pity bounce there. And Kareem, I entered a long position on Bitcoin myself, just because I like the level that we're at, and it looks to me like we're about to get some sort of a bounce, at least off of the 15-minute. I can see it. I don't really see it elsewhere, but off the 15-minute I do see it. Weekly time frame is just rolling over. Like it's really rolling over. We've even got a bearish cross of the MACD on the weekly, and the delta as well has fallen below the zero line. So it looks like we might be coming down here real soon to one of those targets for that long setup that I have, which is going to be a little bit lower. I cashed out. I cashed out on, I did a SUI position that Friday, and I had my Bitcoin position. So I cashed out on both of them, and I sat out of the market all weekend. So until today, we'll see what kind of false move we get today. But I just sort of sat it out. I need to check back on it, because look at this little thing over here. Tron doesn't usually like these some nice little candles here on Tron. You haven't seen that in a minute. You see some red and green through here, but you don't really see just straight red bars on Tron to the downside. So this is kind of interesting for Tron right now, to have a multitude of red candles dropping on it. Let's see here. Take a look at Undo's Puncho here. So that measured move here for Undo is back down here into the 82. This is where it would put us, somewhere down in here. In the meantime, I was still looking for a long setup on Undo in here. I might reassess this if we get a push down, if we do get that push down here into it. I can't remember. Let me take this off. That was just the neckline to give that measured move down here for Undo. Surprised it didn't push up that far, but yeah. We're struggling a little bit, guys. But remember the gaps, those CME gaps, both of them. Just the one for Ethereum, it could be an exhaustion gap, and those do not tend to get filled fast. Those tend to take a little bit of time before they get filled. APT was a favorite, I believe. And that measure move is still 393 here for Aptos. Let's see. I'm going to move this momentum line in here, since we already just kind of, I mean, we're not too far off from it, but we did slip it because we would have to come back up this one now for Aptos. And then this one you got a quick little bounce off of, and then you fell through it. So I'm going to take that one away. So to the downside, I know that if we do continue to push down, I would look back at the weekly level here again, about 429. I would look for these bottoms in here to get taken. So you would come below this a little bit, but yeah, that's liquidity there. So maybe throughout today, maybe we can see it down here about 422, perhaps, and then see if we can get a bounce off of this trend line in here. And if not, then again, I would be looking to see if we can get a play out on this this head and shoulder. This one right here is not as crazy looking as the which one was it that I was looking at? It might have been Doge. This one is not as crazy looking, in my opinion. So I would still consider this one to be valid, and assume that we could still end up doing that. But in the meantime, I'll be looking somewhere right around in here for Aptos, about 422, and then costs. Okay. Pretty simple in here for cost, because it's basically been in between these 2 points in here recently, between this daily level in here, which is 0.83, and then 0.078 in here. So I would just look for this again. I'll look for this again, and let me just see if anything in here. This actually looks pretty solid down in here for a return. Let me just drop a fib on this one. I like the lows in here. $786. Yeah. I like the lows in here. So that's something that I would put on my radar for costs in the event that it does start to lose, lose support within here. Check out that 786, and then beyond the 786 should be down here at 6 cents. But yeah. Let me just see. A little bit extended right now. Yeah, I'll be looking down on this one as well. So that'll be cost. I'm gonna skip Say and Tia. Let me take a look at Arrow because this has been another good performer. Okay, is this Friday? Okay, so you're already coming below this weekly range in here. And I'm still waiting on this. I don't know. I've been waiting on this for a few days now, and it just hasn't happened yet. So I'm still waiting for it to come back in here and just test these highs in here again of this trend line. But this zone right here is $1.17 to $1.08. So I'm still waiting to see if we can get arrow drawn back down into this level right here. Hasn't come back in yet. It's been a couple of days now. Still waiting on that. Any further, just depending on what Bitcoin is about to do, because Bitty is not looking too great. And I know Bitcoin's dominance not up, but again, Ethereum dominance could be taking a little bit of a damper to Solana. And if that happens, then you'll see some altcoins come down too. That's all I'm saying. If we see Solana dominance against Ethereum start to pump, you'll see these come down. They won't stand a chance. So, yeah. Just still checking out that zone right there. And was there anything else in here that was kind of important? Not really. Maybe AVAX. I guess I'm just never going to get this in here. This definitely invalidated any sort of a head and shoulder formation in here. All right, rejection here at the daily level in here. I can delete that. And it looks like AVAX may have actually had this breakout. Let me just check. No. Okay, so it's still somewhere between standard deviation 1 and 2, so it hasn't actually had that breakout yet. And still haven't closed above this neckline either. So just another rejection. Theoretically, AVAX shouldn't come back down below 19. I mean, and that's far off from where price action is right now. It would be a good accumulation, to be honest with you. I don't see it taking out these lows in here or anything like that either. Not at the moment. Yeah, I would definitely be buying some AVAX. It's not a bad looking chart. Just haven't changed any market structure just yet for that daily because we haven't got a closure above here yet. So we're still within our range. Still within our range at the moment, which is this high here and then this low in here. So still within our range for AVAX. That's why I keep looking for this this move into this 21. So but nonetheless, it is preparing to break out. Put this back on Ethereum here. Actually had this on Sui. And then here's Ethereum. So this hold on, where are you at? Just daily levels. And you can see what the numbers is on this one. If Ethereum does push back in a little bit further, then I would, we played this out too. So, and then some, I would be looking for price action to see if it can support this in here. Again, probably range in here. And let me take a look at this, Sol versus ETH to see what development is taking place with that. Let's see, Bitcoin dominance is coming up a little bit in here too. Let's see, it's 5. All right. So this is the SOL versus the ETH over here. And I was looking for us to actually tap into one of these in here. I mean, normally this would be an entire box. That's why I color coded it out. This would be an entire range in here where we have the red at. But you can see how we're just kind of chopping sideways in here right now. And this just looks like the spot right here. Right in here where we would see SOL versus ETH start to flip around. Got about 6 days on this candle right here though. So I'll definitely check back in on this. This could be, we put in 2 green candles. So far we haven't done that throughout here. So it's something to check back in on when we get this weekly close. But it's somewhere in here where I see dominance start to flip around here for SOL versus ETH. Can break 112.6. Yeah, it can. I'm actually looking at a momentum line in here right now, somewhere around 112.8. Somewhere in that range. It could probably come up in there and get a rejection, but it looks like we will get a bounce on it though. It definitely looks like we're gonna get that bounce on it. It's the USD dominance in here. You see that ticking up a little bit in here. I mean, we're still in the zone here. Hopefully this thing is not about to put in an inverse head and shoulder. That was up, right? But if that weekly chart is doing what I'm thinking that weekly chart is going to do, which is going to take a little bit of time, people. So just realize that it'll take a little bit of time, but it looks like we about to nuke a little bit more on Biddy on that weekly. But this could end up being like a inverse head and shoulder. I'm gonna go ahead and do us all a favor right now. I'm not gonna leave that part out, so I'm just gonna add that in here just in case. Just in case. I'm not trying to be premature, I'm just trying to be prepared. All right. All right. So this is something to keep watch on. Yeah, just do this like this. And it could do like a complex in here too, the same thing that Ethereum did when it got that inverse head and shoulder. All right. So good to get long in here so far. So far. Off of this little weekly level in here. We'll see what it does for us. Yeah, and that is that, yeah. Let's see. Today up to 113. Let's see another big dip later in the week. Yeah. Kareem, I so agree with you. I so agree with you. I like the way you read charts too. So it's refreshing to have somebody else's perspective. I'm going to drop this in here. I'm going to drop this too because we already did that now and I've covered it. This is the 1 hour chart. Trying to see if that even worked. Not really. It's seeing me gap, of course, changed, but this is where I was just trying to see where it was going to be at. I think this would be the top side of it. And I'm just going to look at all of this through here. XCN. Hey, Corey. I've never heard of XCN, but give me a minute, okay? Let me see. Which chart did you want me to see it off of? Coinbase, Kraken, Bybit, Binance. Coinbase. All right. Let's see. All right. Is there a time frame you're more interested in? You're on your support level right now. And these are your weekly support levels in here. We're gonna pop up Bitcoin. We are. That's why me and you are both long right now. I'm gonna hold it, and I'm gonna hold my Bitcoin long too, even if we drop down to that next level. Just simply because, but right now 15 minutes is the one that's saying we get a little bit of a move up. We already got the bear div on this first little push though, already. Yeah. We probably get the first rejection off from the 21 SMA since it already has the bear divs on it. And then maybe some sort of a double bottom. Maybe we hold that that little pin bar or hammer candle that we got to on the lows on that 15-minute time frame. But Corey, you're already I just feel like this is all a short squeeze across the board. And it could be, because we haven't really went far in price, Corey. So it could be. But right now you're on your support. And if you start to lose this 0.012, then your next move would be down to a 0.007 on this thing right here. You're still putting in lower highs. That's your daily. And you got a whole, let me see how you've done in the past with this. You don't really. Yeah, you would easily slip through here if you lose this level, what the price is sitting on right now. A CME gap at the top? Uh-uh. Not from my knowledge of well, I don't know. You can be right. You can be right. I want to be a trader. But from my knowledge, when you get a gap at the top, it's considered to be an exact exhaustion gap. A lot of times it's an exhaustion gap. Now the one on Ethereum is pretty small, so that could, yeah, that could be that could be something different in this case because it's pretty small. It's not, would expect to see a little bit of a larger gap for an exhaustion gap. And it's not. It's like let me see. What percentage of a gap is this? Yeah, it's only a 0.79. So it's, yeah. It may not be. It may actually not be an exhaustion gap because it's so petty. But that's where you tend to get them at, is at the top. Versus, what was our last one? So that would have been something like the one that we got. No, this was more like a breakaway or something. But it came back into it too fast. Yeah. You might be right there. XCN. What is XCN? Some of the names I just don't, yeah, XCN. Oh, let me finish this up for Guy there. So, like I said, you're on your support right now. If you start to slip this support, then you have nothing but room to fall back in because you don't really have any other support below here. And so that could bring you back down here into this 0.007 here. It's your daily time frame. You got a little cloud cover down the daily time frame as well. Bearish here on your 4-hour chart for sure at the moment. Possible bull divs coming in. Yeah, you might get a little bit of bullish divergence in here. You got some right there before. Yeah, you might get some between this point and this point, but it's going to look better if you get some fresh bullish divergence in here. What a wick. Let me see. Yeah. He trading below. Yeah.
Oh man.
And you're trading below here. Yeah, you're nose diving over here right now for your 4-hour time frame. So again, maybe you put in some bullish divergence, lower lows here in your price action, higher lows here on your on the indicators, and then you get one more little attempt back up, maybe somewhere around in somewhere back in here. Got a inside, maybe somewhere back in here. Let's see. Because you're just breaking down from this. It's actually your measured move on that. Let me take that away. I already don't like this in here. And this is your order block right here. This is about the only other thing you have to look for your bounce away with maybe some sort of, I mean, you got a little bit of, you don't have any fresh bullish divergence in here. So it's probably not even worth looking at. So maybe your order block will hold up for you. But again, if it doesn't, then you stand to slip all the way down here. It'll take a little bit of time. It won't be one quick drop, but it'll take a little bit of time to get down into that point right there on this XCN in here. Oh, for Bitcoin. For Bitcoin. Yeah. Yeah. For Bitcoin. Yeah. I guess that's around what we're all looking at right now. Cause Kareem is looking at 112.5. I think that's what you said, Kareem. 112.5. I'm looking at 112.8. And then but the actual gap though, because we can come back in and see like a rejection at the lower side of the gap again too. That's 113. But this does look like something that would get filled for sure. And we just happen to love this little area in here. We constantly keep gapping in here. So we love this little area in here. So a little indecision candle here off of the 1 hour time frame. Let me change the color on this thing. And so far, on a little bit of profit on Biddy. on this Bitcoin position. Yeah, we're hitting that 20 SMA right now. Like I said, we're putting in a little bit of a bear div on the first push up. A little bit. This might actually be where the top side of that, let me see. Nah. No, it's not. And we're already extended. Sheesh. Yeah. This is where I'm looking at. Just to see if we can push back up above it. We would have to push back above it to change momentum. And that might actually be where we start to expand. That might be where we expand that too. I just want to double check. So just slightly above that. So slightly below here, we would actually start to expand. So we get a Bollinger expansion out. We bearish right now. Bear div against this top in here. Bear div against there, which is why we're seeing a little bit of a reaction in here. Plus that 20 SMA just kind of made sense. And the bull div is all the way from back in here. So nothing really fresh at the moment. But this little section in here looks nice. Which is also what seemed to spark out season in July, if I remember right. What? Okay, Kareem. So what's your? I know I'm asking you to type a lot too. But what's your thoughts on altcoin performance if Solana dominance takes over? Yeah. Yeah, most of the CME gaps are filled. The one for Bitcoin looks like it would actually get filled. The one for Ethereum, even though I was looking at it like this is it's an exhaustion gap. It's pretty petty for exhaustion gap. Now that I see the percentage of the move down from that top, but nonetheless, I still believe that Ethereum needs to range a bit first. I think the stock market still looks kind of crappy too. And we pre-market here on Coin. We're sitting at 311. And I'm just noticing like this is like the first gap I've seen on Coin. Just this one in here. I don't see that when I look back. Like this is like the first gap I've ever seen on Coin. So like this would be more like an exhaustion gap in here. And coin can be a leading indication for Bitcoin too. It'll move first and then Bitcoin afterwards. Let's see what it ends up doing. This hasn't broken down yet, and they tend to break down. I don't think coin will ever do that. I mean, and go where? Yeah, there's no place for this to go outside of this, really. Even though this is a bearish pattern, it's no way this breaks down and does some ridiculous numbers. But that is the first gap. Unless I'm not seeing something and someone else is seeing something different. Never seen it. And you got Bitcoin dominance. A little small petty green candle. Probably looks like more here. Yeah. So you be looking for Ethereum dominance to hold like 14.14%. So hold the highs in here on the push back down. If it gets into that. And it still looks pretty good. It's not bad. It's not even tapping into this cloud yet. So it's not too trashy. Which I'm sure that this one probably looks like it's trading underneath. I'm sure of it. Yeah. So this one's actually moving underneath. And it's been underneath here for a minute. Didn't we have like some bullish divergence in here somewhere? Is it daily? Nah. That's a nice little, not quite engulfing. I thought we had some bullish divergence in here, but I guess we don't. All right, so all we got this morning is slow price action, but nonetheless, I'm long unless I'm wrong. And then again, can like we did get like a little back test in here one time already on this trend line right here, which was just where we got the break up from also for Bitcoin. So we got one back test into this trend line right here already. And just looking to see if we hold in here now. At least not take out this low. If we do, I'm still going to be sitting in it. I would just add to this one because I did a partial position size into it anyway, just in case, because wasn't expecting for us to do like some V-shaped recovery, and without the V-shaped recovery, we're just going to put in a bear div until we play it out. Let me just see if we already did 50% on this gap in here. We may have, but didn't want to do that. This one. Close. So this 15, what I was looking at. All right, so I was looking at the squeeze in here for one with the nice little candle reaction in there, and just the level in general. I always try to do something when we come into one of these levels. They tend to get some sort of a reaction. But volume is down. So we are diverging on volume. So we got bull divs on the volume. MACD and Delta is rising. I don't really have too much. And just some boringness for now. Sorry, just some boringness for now until we do get a move. All right, is there anything anyone would care for me to look at while I'm waiting on Bitcoin to make a move? Let me just flash back through the altcoins real quick. And let me check CoinGlass as I yarn this morning. Let's just see. I would have thought we'd have had something more in here. I would have thought we would have, since it is the double top formation with some good liquidity. But we don't. I probably let my coffee get cold. But we really don't have anything in here. Yeah, even looking at it from here, I guess it is like somewhere What's that? 113.9. 115.8. Yeah, we're getting that pushed down into our level again. And I'm just going to sit through it and just add. Check out bubbles is all red. What in the heck is Soros? What is this? And why is it in the top 100? It's up 129%. Let me see if I can. So we about to push all the way through that daily level, guys. So altcoins are. Oh, that's Solana. XRP. Nice big red candles just coming through. And probably because I'm zoomed out now on the 1 hour time frame, but so Bitcoin, I'm gonna tell you this too. Bitcoin right now needs to get back above actually what Kareem was saying. So it does need to get back above 115.5. I'm actually looking at 115 like 450. But yeah, 115.5. Yeah, just gives it a little bit more room to feel safe. Has to get back above that right now. And if we did that, we would probably see a rejection around 119.6. If we were to do that and then start to push up to 119.6. That could be a thing today. Not price getting up there, sorry, because that's coming from a weekly time frame. But yeah, 115.5. I would tell you 115.5 price needs to get above, and then throughout the week we could potentially, if we could maintain that range, we could see like 6. Let me just see what that is. Oh, okay, that's XRP. Solana just pushing in a little bit more. SUI, same thing. BNB again. Same thing. I didn't even look back at this. I really hate spot position these days. I really do. Simply because if I buy something on spot, then I'm less likely to sell it. I'm less likely to cut it when I take a loss. I hold on to it. That's how we get when we buy spot positions. We tend to hold on to stuff that can go against us really hard. Drop on you 75% and you still holding it. You would never do that leverage trading because you would be liquidated, number one. And then number two, yeah. You try to make your decisions a little wiser. Today, is that what I was looking at too? Hold on, no. Today, I'm not really looking for any more than 110, but we can get there. That's where I have my interest in getting well, I was saying this morning to 105, about 105.9. That looks like, based on the weekly time frame, that looks like what we would probably stall out if we were to drop down to here. It looks like we would stall out right here, because that's what I was looking at this morning when I was over here. I was saying that I'm looking for Bitcoin to move into this 108 right here for a long setup, but it's starting to look more like I would need to pull this down a little bit to meet up with this weekly level at 105, 105.9 instead. And then the next long is what we talked about one time before on the stream, which is going to be 99. Yeah. But what if we did nuke though? Like, we can get a God candle. Well, actually that'd be a hellbound candle. We can get one of those candles. It would be something like this right here. We could. And did we have any data this week? Or potentially today? Let me see. No, we got nothing today. I got nothing really impactful on Tuesday. So really Thursday, with unemployment claims and prelim GDP, and then core PCE on Friday. So we don't have a lot going on this week. Got some new home sales at 10, but that's like medium impact news. But yeah, I'm really looking. Yeah, I'm really looking for one of these in here, and these probably won't be the target anymore. I'm still stuck in my head that Bitcoin will get to 130. I just heard the Coin King giggle. I'm still stuck in my head that it would get to 130. But I've heard a lot of people saying that they feel like it's the top right now. I'm saying local top. A lot of people feel like it's the top. I'm not getting the top vibes just yet, but yeah. I'm just stuck on 130. I don't see Ethereum. I don't see Ethereum going to 110 to 10,000 to 10,000 and Bitcoin not hitting 130. I'm just feeling like that. But it's just a feeling. But this is, hold on, weekly. So weekly, like this is the, see, the last time we did this, got this drop in here, it was over here. And we had got a bearish cross in here. Like we started chopping here anyway to indicate that we were losing some momentum, of course, just like we chopped in here. And then the last time that happened was in here. So and then it happened again back in here. This was a lot cleaner of a reversal in here. So we didn't really chop in here as much. And that was the last time we saw a negative cross in here. And then and this is taking us all the way back. And then this cross right here is typically where you start making rises and you start wanting to take profit along the way. And that's where everybody starts to get greedy, of course, as it continues to push up. And we got a negative cross in here and then one back in here too, which didn't do too much, but yeah, it looked like we about to roll over here. Got a little bit of a fresh bull div in here off of the lows in here, the low in here to where we currently are right now. But the bear div that we've been putting in here on the weekly time frame, and then that let's see, that 50% retracement was sitting in line with nothing. Where I have this long setup at around this 9. Actually, it's the top side of the weekly range in here. So the 50% is sitting in here, which is what I'm thinking that we would probably do, that 99 in here for Bitcoin. But yeah, we'll probably go down a lot more. That could be wrong, and we end up seeing 93, seeing the golden pocket. I think rarely have we actually bounced off of the 50 per se. So yeah, if it's not the low in here, then it could be the low in here. This weekly. Then when we got this cross, which is kind of late still by the time this happens. And I'm just going to do it from the low. No, I'm going to do it from the top. What we do, 30% push down right there. And then on this one, we did, and I'm just going to go with this one. I'm not going to go with this one over here. 27. So if we did a 30, let's just say we did a 30 off of this one. Do somewhere reasonably close. Let's see if we did. Oh, heck no. If we did a 30 off of this candle, oh my gosh. All right, so we would be back at this weekly level in here. Per se, let's just say we could probably, that's crazy. Why does it feel like, I don't know. Let me raise it up a little bit. Let's go with 27. So 27 would be the 786. I don't want Bitcoin to go that low. So 27% would be around $85,000. And see, this was just taken off of this. It didn't account for this portion in here. Because this was a bear div. This was a bear. No, it's not a bear div. It's not a bear div. But I'm just doing it based off where we got the negative cross at. So we got the negative cross in here. We even dropped below the signal line in here for the RSI as well. And then here, when we got it, we were already below the RSI. We had the cloud cover. And we have the cloud cover in here now. So we're already below it in here. Yeah. So somewhere between 85 and 79. That just sounds crazy to me. $110 drop and pop. And swept the low and go Bitcoin. Yeah, we're getting that breakout on that 15-minute. I don't care what happens. We're going to get a breakout on that 15-minute. We got a Bollinger Squeeze on that 15-minute. That's saying that we get a push to the upside. Even if it does, attempt to come in a little bit more to the downside, we're still going to get that pop on that 15-minute time frame. So I'm stuck on that. And maybe it doesn't happen until market opens or something, but yeah, I'm really stuck on the fact that we're going to get a pop. I didn't even look to see it over here, but we have to have a squeeze in here because that's what I'm saying. Well, we got low volatility, if nothing else. We do have low volatility. But momentum is down. Like if you're looking at yeah, because that was the rejection from the 20 SMA. You're looking at the ribbons, momentum is definitely kind of not that great. 200 EMA is all the way up here, closer to this pink box in here than anything. So that one disappeared with too many bars in. Yeah, we really don't have any great momentum in here at the moment. Even here we rejected off of the 60 EMA. So that momentum sucks. And you can see that from the volume. It sucks right now. Let's see what this low is. And the only place I would add to it is gonna be right here. And then if we start to look damaging in here, then I'll probably cut half of it. But if you weren't long, and it's not financial advice, you're better off to get risk on right in here. Uh-oh. Hit the wrong thing. I want to hit hide. Sorry. 30-minute. I love that I have all the smart analysts come in here. So thank you, Kareem, and thank you. I want to be a trader. You guys are really great. And I'm saying guys, so I hope I got that right. You're really good. And then there's Mel B, who's not here right now, but Mel B is another really good one that comes in. I'm gonna have to come back in and do this because this might be the ending. I can't really tell right now. Where's that CME? That one that I like. Uh-oh. So I probably could have left my little box in there because that would be the end of the ending point. I just didn't really pay too much attention to it too much on Saturday when I put that little box in there. And I touched grass this weekend for a change. For a change. You won't believe how little time I spent looking at the chart this weekend, which is I'm nose deep in the chart 7 days a week. And this weekend, I didn't. So I'm proud of me. And I'm sure my eyes are proud of me too. Yeah, the momentum's even worse when you look at the and you look at this a little bit worse. a little bit more challenging. I'm gonna put it like that. Not, yeah, just a little bit more challenging. EMAs are slow though. Anyway, they're slow. They are slow, but they do help gauge the momentum. Same thing here with the SMAs. I call this a baby in the cradle. It's something that I made up. It's when you have a slow moving average cross above one that's a little bit faster than it, but you see price drop regardless. I call it a baby in the cradle because it tends to pop back up. It's supposed to be a little baby bump in here. a little baby bun right in here, and then it'll curve up. So it's stupid, but anyway, that's my nickname for it. Same thing with the way the moving averages in here too. Just a little lackluster on the momentum. You got no crosses in here. Those are the slowest moving averages versus your fastest one or your faster one in here. So mm. We just got a little bit more time here, just looking at a 30-minute time frame too. So we just got a little bit more time in here. You can see how grayed out we are in here. We're trying to flip up though. This is definitely the place to start looking for us to flip up. Just gotta hold. And I swear I did not want us to sweep this low in here. I'm hoping we don't sweep this low in here, but it's fine if we do. I'm just gonna add. So we do have the bull div. We do have the bullish divergence in here. And 10, 7. And Kareem, you must have been looking at the liquidity in here. I did see that. The liquidity in here, although I was hoping that yeah. But nonetheless, I am still looking at that 110 too. $2. I just wanted to see what else was sitting in here. Oh yeah. So if we did all that, we would definitely or potentially do that 110 too. Because there is this. There is that liquidity. And then great support, potential support, previous resistance that could be flipped into support in here. But we didn't take out the high in here from this candle. So there was weakness in this push up. It's a nice candle nonetheless, but there's a weakness in it because we didn't manage to push above it afterwards. And then these two green ones is what ended up giving us the bull div because we did push up over here. So just another great opportunity. You don't see it in here though. I didn't even think we took out on the one, did we? And let me just see if we did. I don't know if I checked that earlier. Did we match that? I thought I saw that we did. No, we didn't. So that double top measured move, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Kareem. And double top measure move is down below the liquidity zone in here. So I'm currently down like 3% right now. Entry. Well, I actually got in after the reaction, so I'm now down a little bit more. I don't mind sharing. I'm just gonna add this blow low, fam. So I'm down. But I'm just gonna add to it. And there it is. $110.48. Kareem, which chart do you use? Binance, Coinbase, Bybit? Alright, so we swap this part right here. So we're looking for these in here, this low, down to about looking for this all to get taken. If we tap here, I'm gonna add. Okay, chain link with the little whack-a-mole. Ethereum's overextended off the 1 hour. So I'm gonna just keep watch on these two today as well, Chainlink and Ethereum. Also, I usually have Sui sitting over here, but I'm gonna watch this Chainlink also. But Ethereum is a bit overextended over here on the 1 hour. Yeah, we building up a squeeze on that 30-minute for Bitcoin too. So I just saw that pop up a little bit more. Over here, when we first looked at it, it wasn't getting this tight, but it's getting a lot tighter in here now. It's getting tight like how it was over here where we got the bullish exhaustion. It's that kind of tight right now. But we didn't get any tighter on the bands. I can see that already because we, yeah, it's tilted to the downside, so we don't have it. And it's not a bubble. It's not an onion. It's not an onion. It's not like over here. It's not sideways. It's down. Finance. Okay. Yeah, I used to try to watch Bitcoin from the Blowfin chart. It lags. The Blowfin chart lags behind for some reason on TradingView, and Blowfin every now and then they'll go a little bit lower at times. It's like they really be trying to get that liquidity off Blowfin. But I've sort of gotten used to it. I just don't use their chart anymore. I've been thinking about trying Robinhood. Just trying to get away from some of these fees. Because sometimes I do want to just spot trade. I don't want to leverage trade. versus investing on spot, which is where I don't set stop losses and I let the price go against me as much as it wants to. But I do want to spot trade. It's just hard to do it on Coinbase because by the time you finish paying Coinbase fees, jeez, fees are ridiculous. They're like Ethereum 2.0 with the fees, man. It's almost like what just a little over 1%, I believe. 110 something. I don't know. One of the two. Might be 10. Anyway, they fees are high. Too high for me. Like if you're trying to put in a simple $1,000 trade on Coinbase, your fee will be somewhere around $12. And they Sui trading fees are pretty high on Coinbase too. I guess it's just the ones that they know people like to trade a lot. They jack the fees up on that, and then they try to offer you that little $30 a month thing. Is it $30 or I think it is 30? Coinbase One or whatever. Yeah, Coinbase One. Like you're still paying those fees even with Coinbase One. But you can trust them. You definitely feel safe on their exchange. They added Dex, which is nice. I haven't tried it yet. But they added Dex. Oh, UK. What time is it right now in the UK? I can Google it, but I'm just gonna ask you. What time is it in the UK? Because that's where one of the other I don't know. I don't know if Mel is a female or male. I'm leaning towards male, but they live in the UK too. When I start streaming here, I'm in the US. So when I start streaming here, it's 5 o'clock in the morning for me on my side of town, my side of the world. It's 5 a.m. Right now it's 7 a.m. That's why some mornings that's why some mornings you don't see my face. You'll see my face or you won't see my face because it's early for me. And then sometimes I may not get the best sleep, and then for me to crawl out of bed at 3 a.m. in the morning and try to get myself together to stream can be difficult. Uh-uh. What? Are you in the whole cream? That's crazy. I never used the weeks before. I've a lot of people have started promoting it now. I've noticed. I've never used it before, but jeez. I know you told me you was Thailand. That's nice too. I'm still going. I'm slow getting there, but I'm still going. And which part of Thailand were you in? For some reason, everyone tends to go to Bangkok, but there's so many other beautiful places in Thailand to venture off to. Some lot of nice little spaces, the countryside. I don't know if you know this or not, but the Coin King is actually from Thailand. That's where he's from. He's Thai. And I think he came to the US when he was like 10 years old. I'm starting to change my mind about waiting until it gets down here. I'm starting to get a little bit of an itch. Like I almost want to, I'm too close to where I entered already, so I'm just trying not to put some more money into it too close to where I entered already. I really want to. Aha. I was looking at the requirements for living out there in Thailand. It is a consideration for me just because it's very inexpensive as opposed to I live in Atlanta. So as opposed to living somewhere here in the US. And I live in the city side of Buckhead. I live in Buckhead. So every now and then you'll hear, I live close to the interstate too. Actually, I'm right here by the interstate. So every now and then you hear these loud cars. Yeah, it's a bit more expensive. Not as expensive as a New York. Like you really New York is ridiculous. The Krabi along is paradise and then up to the mountains of Chiang to see old friends. Yeah, I'm trying not to. I got that itch. You know how every now and then I don't know. Every now and then it's hard. Your emotions get really hard to control in trading, and it makes me want to just jump in right here for some reason. But yeah, it's too close to where I already entered that, and I entered with the partial size. So if I add here, then I'm just defeating the whole purpose. The squeeze is what's making me want to add, but that can go. Yeah, that's not good enough. It's the one on the 30 minute. Makes me want to add with the little bull div in here. Mm. All right. Find my patience. Let me check back over here and see what Ethereum is doing. Ethereum getting a little green candle over here. It is overextended though, like I said on this one 1 hour time frame, it is a bit overextended. So it is getting a nice little, well, got a nice little candle in here so far. Chain link. I don't think we're going to pump until market opens. See that little green candle right there, Kareem? That's, you know, here I go again, getting that itch. I'm holding out. I just like the way we're stalling out. We're slow though. This could be the one that pushes up above this 111. And take out any bear deals with like we were getting before. This could be the one. See? Let me see what time frame you looking at. Drop a little bit more in here. Hold on. Now, which low time frame are you looking at? Oh, okay. Okay. I'm starting to see something. Starting to see something. Huh. I guess if I was going to do it, then I probably would have wanted to do it in here. Be too far away from it now. Let me see, because like I was saying, I believe that this would be the push that would take us up above. Let me make sure that was the right level. Did I have it on the 30? No, I'm looking all the way up here at 111. That probably won't do it. That probably... Yeah, that wouldn't do it. That wouldn't be enough. Hmm. This could be a nice size candle that pop in here if we do push up in here off that 30-minute. Let me get my behind off the 1 minute. It's way too fast. I just know one thing. If we drop in here, I'm soaking it up. Let's see. Dominance at the moment. Getting the rejection on Bitcoin dominance and a pump on Ethereum dominance. %. I think no, I got half. I have 50% on one account. I got 50% on right now on Bitcoin. So it's a half a position size. That's why I'm trying to slow my roll and adding in here, but I'm just so enticed. The 30-minute has me enticed for sure. I'm gonna take the volume away. Yeah. Just this 30-minute has me wanting to jump in. And that was a nice, perfect back test too, right there. It really has me wanting to jump in. Yeah. So we both talked ourselves out of it. Oh man. Hmm. See, that's so close in here. It makes me want to add. Okay. Uh, I'm gonna add. I'm gonna add. I'm about to add. I like the red candle. Hmm. It seems that way because we moving real slow and we're just holding on to this level right now. Watch this though. As soon as I put some extra money into it, it'll probably get that drop down in here. I'm going for it. I'm going for it. Kareem, I'm going for it. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna do everybody a favor and help the market drop. I did it. So switch my account now because and you're gonna learn a lesson today on how patience works. I just felt enticed to add on that, but yeah, this would be the moment that it drops. Believe me. When you want to add, they say sit on your hands, and I wanted to add too bad right here. All right. Okay. Let's see if I did everybody a favor who hasn't jumped in yet. So far, so far, it looks like it's playing around right now. I was about to say it's working. That might have helped my case too, though, right there. Let's see. That did. Let's go Bitcoin. It's that 30 for you. That 30-minute. That's because Ethereum dominance is pushing up. And the idea for the 30-minute is that we can get above here. You can literally put it at the top of this this candle here. The 30-minute plays out. That's the idea of the 30-minute. And then from there, I probably will you like it? I hope it pushes. I really hope it pushes. If we get above here, I'll probably cut I cut a little bit off of it. I shave a little bit off of it since I added in. Yeah, that's definitely 30. I keep wanting to do that. It's definitely 30 trying to do something. And see, both Bitcoin and Ethereum are hitting the top side of their range. So they're both doing this, or they're hitting the top in here. I can feel my PC trying to slow down, or the streaming platform trying to slow down, but they're both hitting the top of the range in here. ETH dominance is trying to push up in here too. Looks like an engulfing. Let's see when it closes. Bitcoin for the rejection. Back to slow. Yeah, 111.8. I really don't have to have this in here. Actually, I'm gonna push it up. Actually, I don't need it. I don't need that. I was looking at something before for that level, but probably don't need it. Oh, little Bitcoin. Why? Why? Hmm. Mm-hmm. I guess I should check back on some of these altcoins since Bitcoin is kind of stalling a little bit there, just to see how we're doing. I already said I was watching Chainlink. We'll put it on a 4 just to really see what the market is doing. See how much XRP is actually done. I'll put a fib on that. Take 50 out. So far, just about coming to that golden pocket, but I don't really know how this thing does with fibs. I just generally use the levels on it. So, yeah, not too great with the fibs. I don't know. And if ETH dominance goes up, it'll definitely push up higher. So Solana did drop in a little bit more in here into the daily range. Sui's coming back down towards this one. I don't need this anymore. We'll take that away. Let's see how we do. See if Sui wants to hold that one, and then otherwise it will come back up or drop in here. BNB so far almost back on this trend line. ADA actually did tap it now, so still looking down in here. We started to drop a little bit more here on ADA. H bar so far. It's not holding any of the momentum lines in here. I'm just gonna put this one on it. 12 minutes in on it. Hold on. 12 minutes in to the 4-hour candle closes. Yeah, we're probably not gonna get a move until 9:30 or 9, something like that. Not looking at Floki again. I just looked at Link. Hype trying to hold on. Actually, it did bounce up and came back into this one. This thing. This is done pretty good for anybody who got long on hype in here. Remember on Friday we were looking at it, and we looked back at it on Saturday too, I think. But yeah, it was all about trying to hold within here. Really, this weekly level. We were getting good reactions off of that, and then we finally slipped it and climbed back above it. A little bit of a back test in here. So I haven't been trading hype though. I tried it one time. I did it one time. I bought some. I actually bought some as an investment, but I dropped it. I don't know. I decided I didn't like it all of a sudden, changed my mind. Injective actually did. I mean, we're coming back down now, but that injective position that I was hooting and hollering about, so we're never gonna get there. That actually did execute. I think I was looking at that from before. Yeah, so that actually did, and then it had hit the target up here, which was a 3 to 1. So that actually did play out on Friday, and that was the money sign. And then I was like, this is just the extra. If it were to give it, that would be the extra. But I didn't take this. I actually wasn't paying attention. Yeah, I'm gonna open up a new trade on that from my sub account on Blowfin if we get down into there. I still think that 30 minute has some hope. It's not giving anything right now, and might just be waiting for market to open and then dumping on our heads one more time, because that is some good liquidity down there for sure. Like, we're in the middle of nothing right now on Bitcoin, so that is definitely some good liquidity. So out of this injective, you would have got a 3 to 1, which wasn't bad. And the stop, you really didn't have to go with that stop anyway. It was just a safe haven for this range in here. That actually did work. Make sure I'm on the right thing. All right. OP. Hold on. We might still see this on near. We might. We're below VWAP. So not a lot has changed so far. Not too much. All right. This 30 minute keeps playing around. This is 15-minute chart, but that 30 minute keeps playing around. Look like a pretty good. This was from the 30-minute chart though. right, just waiting. Uh-oh. Hold on. We're not leaving the top side just yet. Eesh. All right, Bitcoin dominance dropping a little bit more. Close that. Oh my gosh. Okay. I guess we're not making money today, people, because the market is slow. Slow as molasses. I hear something about an AVAX ETF next. Hmm. So apparently Grayscale, and this is coming from Coin Bureau, apparently Grayscale just filed with the SEC to launch an AVAX ETF. But if it does, I've already said AVAX looks like need to buy some. I actually said it today again on stream. Needs to buy some. Need to buy you some AVAX. It's gonna break out soon. All right, Bitcoin. Thank you. Finally, we're outside of this 111. And if we don't push up above here, we're gonna put in another bear div. Let me just say that. If we don't, it's another bear div. And so we should be somewhere close to that 20 SMA. Let me see this. Yeah, we're close. It's the blue one. Somewhere close to it. Somewhat. Which probably means, actually, it probably means we would expand if we can get above there. But right now, it would be a bear div if we can't. Yeah, so we would expand if we got above this momentum line right here. Potentially expand anyway. We didn't expand right in here. We could potentially expand in here if we can do it. Otherwise, it's just a bear div. And we'll just keep riding the wave down. So if I look at this, yeah, actually put it on here. Mm. All right, another tease right now. Bummer. Yeah, we're just consolidating right now. Let's do 12 hours. Or where's 112 for? I think this is what I was looking at before. No, I wasn't. Actually, Kareem was. I was looking at 112.8. Actually, it's actually somewhere right in here. Yeah, that's what Kareem was looking at earlier. That would be correct. Just off the 12 hour. That's what it suggests. Resistance is right in there around that 112 for sure. Mm. 12 hour doesn't look good either. This 12 hour actually looks like garbage because it looks like, seriously, like we wouldn't actually push up beyond this point. If we did, then I guess we would look at just the top side of this box in here, or this candle. So your prior candle, you probably look at your prior candle in here. 4 hour opened and we are still extended here on the 4. And we're just lacking any sort of momentum in here right now, especially on the 4. And this can just go sideways for a minute. I like to see this start to rise or something. It's not doing that just yet. It doesn't look good at all. It doesn't look good. Really, all the hope comes from the lower time frame. And even the 8 hours suggests that we probably wouldn't do. The 8 hours suggests that we wouldn't do more than here, just the lower side of here. And then the 12 hour will give us a little bit more leverage into here. So it's all about the I don't know if the 1 hour gave us anything or not. Yeah. I suppose it would be all about the 1 hour and lower. Those are the time frames that do have the bull divs in here. And they're showing some sort of short squeeze could be coming in. But aside from that, Bitcoin doesn't look too enticing. This whole thing here is range, consolidation range. I'm gonna turn this indicator off. This whole thing in here is a range. And the pattern ended up being a double top pattern inside with the potential breakout. And then let me see what the midpoint on this was at. Just to be sure. It might actually make sense. And that'd be the most we could do today if we did it. Maybe that 112.5 would be it. Mm. And price action right now on the 15-minute time frame is just still kind of hovering around that this 5 and 10 also. It's like this liquidity. If we did something like this wouldn't be sustainable. If we did, this wouldn't be sustainable. I still think this gets hit. I wish I'd have taken this, but I didn't trade the weekend. Closed out on Friday and left it alone. I'm gonna leave this in here though, just in case something like this wants to happen. This up too far. Let's see what that looks like over here. I'm getting ready to shave something off. Let's see, I just wanted to see what I was looking at over here. Yeah, that looked about right for the mats. All right, so the same thing still applies in here. If we don't push above this level right here, then we're gonna put in a bear div. We already have a bear div on the rise, but if we don't close above it, then we'll leave it. It'll be a bear div. We are above the 21 SMA now. Sure of it. Yeah, we're coming to standard deviation 1 and 2. So again, we need to close above here. And even above here, we could start to see an expansion. Just so you can see right now, like I said, it's a little bit of a bear div on the rise up right now between this high and where price action is now. So we got to get above it with the closure. I'm gonna go ahead and shave off just in case. And take that bit of profit out. All right, so I shaved off a little bit. And then that way, in case we don't start to push through here and we start to drop somewhere to take out the liquidity down through here, then I can easily add again back in here. But I just shaved off half of it. And we did get a little bit extended. That's what I saw. We got a little bit extended. Mm. Sadness. Look at the S&P real quick. See in here. Oh, I don't have an update right there. So never mind on that. Yeah. Look at that tease. Mhm. Drop on market open. I think we're gonna drop on market open too. We're already teasing right now. The higher time frames just don't look too great. And 30 minutes, not giving much. The RSI doesn't look shabby though. RSI looks pretty good. The 30-minute just overextended too quick. And rising with those bear days, so overall the 30-minute looks pretty decent. We still got the 1 hour too. That will give something. So yeah. Yeah, momentum sucks. Momentum just kind of sucks. Not that momentum. Just kind of sucks. Why is that on? Turn that off. Yeah, I already closed out, Kareem. I already closed out half of it already and took profit on that little green candle that we got. Simply because I added to it down there. So I already took out some small profits, and then that way I can just add that cash back into it if we do get that drop. Yeah. But this is great probabilities. It's great probabilities. That's all we have to go on, probabilities anyway. So yeah, it can go up, it can go down. People hate when you say that though. People really hate when you say it can go up or it can go down. But that's just the truth. It can go up or down. You just have to determine which direction you're willing to trade in. I'm looking up. I'm looking up for a pity bounce, another pity bounce, and then I'm looking for that larger move down. So take this short if we get it. Yeah, false move Mondays. Yeah, Mondays. Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Really just, especially Saturday and Sunday. But yeah, Monday, you don't really have, true money come back in until Tuesday because they're just kind of still looking over what happened during the end of the week. And determining our midweek reversal. But Bitcoin sucks right now. Yeah, Thursdays, yeah, Tuesday and Wednesday, that's it. That's the best, yeah. That's the best days for money in the market. Yeah, it starts leaving out on Thursdays. A lot of money starts to exit on Thursdays. But we still be in here because crypto is 24/7. Yeah, Thursdays. And it sucks to only have like two really reliable days out of a market that's open 24/7. But Ethereum going on about its business right now. In the moment, Ethereum is, like I said, pretty extended down here. So it's getting a push up. The E's hadn't really been doing. I like the purple ones. I like the purple ones. But we're hitting a lot better in equities than here lately. Every now and then. But I like the purple E's. So really extended in here for Ethereum. XRP's even getting a little bit of a bounce. Link wasn't. It was down. It was still down a bit. That XRP got a nice little bounce. Seems to just be XRP. And you can always count on Binance and TRX, that's for sure. Always count on those two. Whenever in doubt, TRX and BNB. That's all you gotta do. Them two besties, but they'll move a market. Yeah, play the current market atmosphere. I really haven't wanted to take too many shorts. I really haven't. And that has been my downfall. Because, yeah, you can make money in both directions. And even though making money on taking longs has, gave returns, it just hasn't been as much as taking a short. Not here lately. The shorts have just been giving a lot more. And it's about to get shorter. That weekly plays out. Meanwhile, Bitcoin over here playing games. But nonetheless, we still got that 1 hour bullish divergence. Yeah, BNB has done really freaking good. If you got BNB during the early days, like it has done really, really good. I hate it when they took it away from US, from American citizens. I hate it when they did that, and then they gave us that little Binance US, which was garbage. But I hate it when they took that away. I used to, when we were able to trade on, the Binance exchange. I used to I used to trade in all of my small, my little leftover money from where I may have sold something or whatever. I would always put that into BNB. So I was steadily building up a BNB position. And then it was before it even started to really break out, but it has done real good. Like real good. So yeah, everybody who was doing BNB from the early days before it started to pump, ooh. Like it just completely murdered Solana. Like Solana numbers are nowhere near that. Nowhere near that right now. It straight up did really good. And Solana, I first looked at Solana when it was like $1 and something. This was back in the day too, when if something got listed on Coinbase, it would pump. And then every now and then you would get the insight of what's gonna get listed on Coinbase. And Solana was one of those, so I bought it. I bought it around the $1 mark, and then I ended up selling it. And now I have it again, but I only got it around the $20 mark. But I had a lot more of it right then. AVAX too, that was a good one. Back when Solana pumped, they were both pumping at the same time. Yeah, the trading fees. Yeah, the trading fees are good. I don't really hear a lot about now. The only thing, okay, so I don't hear a lot about like what happens with Solana, but the only thing I don't like is how Binance will freeze the trading. I hate that. I freaking hate that. I don't know if they've been doing that here lately, but I hate when they'll freeze trading. And now you got TRX, which Tron is gonna do real good too, because Justin's signed on some other stuff right now. He got a lot of stuff in the pipeline right now that can just really send Tron to the moon. I don't trust Tron like that, but yeah. It's definitely gonna do very well. And I heard somebody say the other day, people still trading Tron. Like, yeah. A lot of people stake it, so yeah, of course they're still trading it. Or still buying it. FTM is another good one. Now I have Phantom. They changed the name to no, they didn't. Yeah, I have Phantom. Now I've had that one for a long time too. I haven't bought any more. I haven't added any more. I've actually taken some profit on that. I haven't bought any more, but I still have it in my portfolio. I still have some in there, so I'm just trying to let that work. But that is a good one. It's I put my phone away. Sonic, yeah, Sonic. That is a good one. Those are about the only ones I don't touch in my portfolio. I don't touch Soul. I don't touch FTM or Sonic. I don't touch Render. I don't actually touch what is it? Turbo. I don't touch Turbo. And I have Jupiter. I don't touch that one neither. You got a better portfolio though. You do, because you just got the main ones. And that's all you really need. I freaking hate Tia with a passion. I hate it. I'm gonna get heavier into H bar though. I think that one has a nice feature. And Aptos has been a not a great performer, but I think it's gonna do good too. It just hasn't been a great performer. And near, and this list is gonna get longer and longer. AVAX and Dot that hasn't done too well. I think that'll do good too. Oh, that's good. That's one of the biggest mistakes that I made is the last altcoin season. I did not I did not take the profit I should have taken. And then I was also on what was that exchange, that US exchange that went down. It's been a little while now, so I'm having a brain fart with it. But I got hung up on that, and you didn't get back as much of your profit as you had. Voyager. That's what you get for not self custodying though. So got caught up in that. No, it wasn't FTX. It was yeah, Sam messed up the market too, but it was Voyager. They gave you back a portion of your money. You just didn't get back 100%, but they did get back some, and that hurt. By the time I got my Ethereum back, it really wasn't worth me holding. So I ended up selling it and rotating it into other alts. And then some stuff I had actually transferred, like Dot, I did take off of Voyager before all of that and put it on Crow platform, which is another platform I do not like, but I like the token, but I don't like that platform. I never did FTX. Never did them. I actually thought about it right before the, all the drama took place, but I didn't. Thank goodness. It would have been two. I had Luna. I rolled all my AVAX money into Terra Luna, and then it crashed on me. And I think I had picked up AVAX at that time. I think I picked it up around $9 or something. I think that's what I did. Picked it up around $9 or something like that. I ended up making 10 grand off of AVAX, and then I put that in Terra Luna, and then all of that got wiped out real quick. Yeah, I wasn't in crypto with Mount Gox. I wish, but I wasn't. I was just like everybody else, thinking that Bitcoin was a Ponzi scheme or something. Because you had a lot more shady stuff happening then. Yeah, that is the risk we have. And that's with everything too. A lot of people think it's just crypto, but you can get that everywhere. I mean, look at the stock market, man. You see stuff yeah, them gaps down in the stock market, really even good companies would just sell off like drastically. It's a sell off, but still. And then stock market moves so slow, you'll be waiting for a few years. Then they delist them if they go under a certain value. Oh, last cycle was your first. That's good. Yeah, this cycle I have taken cash. Like I at least take out my initial investment. If nothing else, I do that. So I put in enough on something that I feel like is going to perform well, and then once I double up, I take out my initial investment, and then I just try to let the rest of it work for me. And if it doesn't, I don't lose any actual money. I mean, I don't make any either. But I don't lose my money. And then I'll take a little bit more as price starts to push up. So I've erased the thought from my mind of being this super rich person in the crypto space. I just want to not be broke in crypto. That's my goal. To not go broke in crypto. Yep. Bitcoin's still not managing to do too much. Got some sort of a little triangle in here. It's like the first time on the 1 hour time frame though. It looks like the first time. You see that? Yeah, it's like the. Nah, it's not. It's not the first time. Let's see. The symmetrical triangle. We can break in either direction with that. It's an inside range. So we take out this little low in here. We're not pushing up, but might not be bad. Yeah, this might not be bad. We're getting close to market open now, so we'll get a real sense of the market direction here. Before these bottom tails try to fool us. It's the same high right here. Alright. Took out that low from that mother bar, that inside bar. It's like we're taking out both of them. Okay. Bitcoin dominance might want to go up a little bit. Let me see if we took liquidity from both of those lows. Okay, so we just tapped even on that, this one. Double bottom on that one. We still just have a sea of red bubbles in here across the board, except for whatever this sorrow stuff is. Look at V-Chain. All right, vet. V-Chain green today. It's up 3.3% right now, so that's good. V-Chain, Soros, and Hype are the only really Monero, it looks like. Yeah, Monero. It's not up. Monero's not really up too much, but Hype, V-Chain, and Soros, whatever Soros is, I have no idea. But I'm happy for that. For all the V-Chain holders, all the old schoolers. Look at that. Bitcoin still making the decisions. Big up to all the vet holders. Big up to all the V-Chain holders. Had two things I was looking at in here. Back when we did that first one right there. Then the second one was to get a drop below here and then a reclaim for a long. So that happened right through here at vet. And this was the return to, I think that came from like this time frame over here. Look at that Bollinger breakout, baby. Yeah, it was off of this right here. So this was the return in here. The return was in here. And you break it, you reclaim it. Those were the two. me see if this ever did good over here. No, it was waiting on probably was a Bollinger Squeeze I was looking at in here. Also, okay, so not too crazy in here just yet. No breakout just yet. It's kind of sideways, flat. Not getting above standard deviation 1 with cloud cover. Yeah. Vet gearing up though. Vet's doing good right now. So big ups to everybody in V-Chain. It's still within the range. And that range is between that 3 and 1 in here. So it's still ranging. I don't know if this is gonna, hold on. It doesn't really matter. It looks pretty decent though. That looks pretty good. Delete this now. I can even make that. I'm actually hide this one. I can use that later. Come back over here to Bitcoin, doing nothing. I'll tell you one thing though. Bitcoin's 4 hour. I was just seeing this on CME as I was just flipping through here. It's taking a lot of work to push these prices down. Hold on, let me make sure that this was all intended for prices to go down. That first one was, the second one wasn't. Never mind. I'm just seeing a lot of momentum lines on that 4 hour. That piqued my interest. Probably looks the same over here. Nah, it doesn't. It looks different than CME. Just a lot more momentum lines in here. But that's two momentum lines to the downside in here. So the more you start to see these pop out, the more work bears are having to put in to actually drive prices down. But it still looks like garbage for the bulls on these higher time frames. But they are having to work for it. And that's what really matters. Let me see what this is really about. See if I see it from a 3. It actually already did whatever that little symmetrical triangle stuff was. So I already did that. 8 minutes till market opens. Mhm. Hopefully, look at it. I was about to say, hopefully, it'll do more than just sweep this liquidity in here. And see how we got up here towards it, and let's see. All right, we're outside of the range now, so hopefully we do more than just sweep the liquidity from here. And we can actually see ourselves up above here. I really want to be above. Actually, yeah, that's all you need is a closure above this line. On your 30 minute, not this time frame. Go Ethereum. All right. 4 minutes. 4 minutes. So far, that's like the best we've done over here so far. And we're back inside the range, which looks like we may have just swept it here off of this 15. Yeah, we swapped liquidity. Bummer. I meant to say 15 because this range did come from the 15-minute time frame. So breakout and sweep. 1 minute left to fulfill. That's a sweep. And Alrighty, so I'm going to get through this market open and then I will be calling it quits. But just to recap and to say my thank yous, let me start with my thank yous first. Thank you to everyone who stopped by today to hang out with Down to Crypto TA. I appreciate you being here. I hope you did hit the like button. It helps out the channel tremendously. That's all I'm asking. Please hit the like button. All right, and what I am looking for going into tomorrow, if we can. Right now, I'm not sure. But if we did get a push up into here, I would be looking for some sort of a rejection in the moment if we do get a push up into here. Now, I know we do have the CME gap for Bitcoin. And let's see, when I had that on, I don't know if I had it on over here. I have it on over here. So I'm just going to sync this just so I can see, make sure I don't give you no give you terrible levels. Let me just turn this back on because I know the CME gaps goes all the way up to there. I thought I had it on over here. Let's turn that off. Okay, let me unsync. No sync. I know the CME gap runs all the way up to here. I think that the start of it might be somewhere down in here. So we could use that as resistance for a push back up for Bitcoin. And if we do come up into here, then I would assume that that would be a short position in here. You do want to see it push up through it and then get a rejection, of course. You don't want to just take it just because it pushed up into it. But this liquidity up here is a nice little area right here for price to come back up and reach for, since it is a double top in here. Now the measured move for the double top, which has not fully played out, does take prices down here. So you would be taking out liquidity from this low. And to the downside, I'm still looking at the top side here of this daily range, which is 110, 200. So I'm still have my eyes on this right here as well. So on the push down, I would like to see price be able to hold in here, maybe bounce around a little bit. Not sure if we get like a V-shaped recovery, but that's really what price action needs right now for some sort of to eliminate the bear divs trying to come up. Because every time we try to come up right now, we're just creating a bear div. So that's where we're at in the moment. We're trying to get a push up in price action. But those are the two levels that I'd be looking for. I'd be looking for that 114, or let me put it like this, 114. Actually, let me take this up. No, it's up. It's above that. So 114, I'm gonna go with this then, since it's above this point right here. So 114, 237, or 238, something like that. A push up in price action over this, and then a rejection and price come back down. I do still think that we are in the cards to hit this 105 eventually here. Just looking at the weekly time frame, which means that we will continue to put in lower highs instead. So and actually, let me just see what this is while I'm talking about it. All right, so your golden pocket is in here. And let's see. Your liquidity is going to be sitting around 113.953, 113.953, which is just below where I have this entry set for. So I would be looking for price to come up here and take out the liquidity above this equal high in here, and that'll possibly be pushing it into here. So I maintain my stance on that. This right here could be a good short position right here, and I mean, maybe they want to push it up into the golden pocket, perhaps. So don't just jump into it. Allow yourself to see the reaction first before you do it. And then I'll be looking for prices. Like I said, I do see this on the table. I see that 105.9 on the table. At first, I was just looking in here at this low, 108. But I think we'll do that, 105. But we still haven't got a bounce off of that 1 hour just yet. So for that 1 hour, I maintain looking at this one right here, that 110, 200. Maybe that's where the 1 hour decides it wants to get the bounce from after it takes the liquidity down from down here. Actually, the liquidity is a little bit below this point right in here, of course, you know, because you have this one over here too. So why just take that when you can take this one too? So that'll set you closer to that 110, 200 there. All right, let me see what the market is doing. Gap down, gap down, gap down, gap down. We did a sweep so far off of this low, this 15-minute range. Sweep to the upside, sweep to the downside. I would think we would do a run here since we swept up here. Usually the first move when it just sweeps is not the real move, and the real move typically comes from the other side. But we're trying to hold it right now and just see how it goes. So everything's sort of getting a knee-jerk reaction right now, including Ethereum. But the good news is Bitcoin dominance continues to fall. So not the biggest impact on all. And then you saw over here on this 1 hour time frame here, there is a moving average running straight down this trend line right here. So for the 4 hour time frame, it does show price action attempting to hold these lows in here. So it doesn't show price action looking to come below the low of this range in here on the 4 hour time frame. Not just yet. It's actually showing price action trying to hold in here. And so if we do get the break above this trend line here for the 4 hour time frame, that could push us up to this low in here, which is 112,862. So that can push us up into this low right here. And then we just have to wait for the other time frames to give us a little bit more wiggle room to be able to do something like this right here, which looks like it might line up with this. Since I have it on the 4, let me sync it again just to see. So yeah, be some sort of false breakout or something in here. Otherwise, I tell you to do move it up to the top side of the range and where you have the golden pocket at. Otherwise, that is what I would tell you. I'll just wait for that reaction. So since the range is here where the golden pocket is sitting at in here, let me unsync that. Okay, see if it still tries to hold in here. Nope. Let's try it. Actually, let me just leave that open. It tried. Oh boy. Yeah, so it actually is the lows in here where I initially had this line at. This is what it's trying to hold on the 4 hour. See about that 110, 200 if it doesn't manage to hold here. And we're still pretty flat on that 4 hour DTI too. Sadly, we are still pretty flat over here. Like we have an indication over here, but we don't have a rise out of this bottom one just yet. That would mean we would round trip back up, and that doesn't look likely. So RSI looks like garbage too. MACD and Delta hasn't changed posture just yet. So I will deploy that additional capital right here at that 110 too. You get a reaction here, which is what I'd be looking for, is a reaction. I'm not going to bother with it off of this low. We'll move this for now since we've already lost it. Actually close below it. Like what I said, if you sweep the liquidity off on one side, then that's not the real side. The real side is the opposite direction. Let's stop playing Bitcoin. It's that other one right here. And this is the low of this range. This range low as well. unless that acts as resistance. I don't really need it. I don't know that it will. I'm just gonna drop it. It will still just be the low of this candle if it did. See what that did for Ethereum. Check liquidation heating up real quick. Yeah, so we straight up bypass. We'll still keep an eye on this. I'm not saying that's the highest it'll go, but I would still keep an eye on that. A V into this 110 200. I'll still watch that. All right, guys. I've said my thank you, and I'm gonna thank you one more time, and I'm gonna call it a stream. I need to hit the gym. Then I need to get some actual sleep. So I know the first thing will tire me out even more. So I am going to go do that. I appreciate you. Thank you so much.